Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all doing today? And welcome to another Tuesday. Because, you know, that's a thing that we're doing. We've been consistently doing it for, what, a month now? That's something, at least. I broke my combo on the Super Robo streams. We've been managing to keep the Rogue Tuesday going, at least. Oh, dear. Don't think I've got too much to add. We're just gonna... Oh, actually, no, there is one thing. We're gonna pick up where we left off last time, but, some things changed. Very slightly. Did I? Oh, I hope I did this right. Hey, Wiki, how's it going? So then I wanted to change one of our interactions with this lady.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know?
The fact that we've had, like, subs as an available thing long enough for someone to have 63 months worth of continuous sub is absolute madness, insanity. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Wiki. Was it this one that leads down that tree?
The open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift. And one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil.
I mean, there's a few good ones in there, Jeff. How's it going? 42 is a good one. 69 is a good one. Actually, I'm gonna try something. One moment. I don't know if this will work. What? Yeah, 1337 is a good one. Alright, inadvisedly, I've actually turned off the lights in the room, because it's quite a dark game, so I'd prefer to play it without, like, the downlight blaring, but that does mean there's a good chance, it's gonna lose Teddy tracking. Seems to be holding up so far, so we will see. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll probably have to put the light back on, but it'd be nice to be able to play, like, darker games without the big downlight on.
Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive.
Speaking of turning the lights off.
Twists the features the rabble are used to seeing. And the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
So, I didn't realize, thankfully, it was right at the end of the stream last week, but, this is actually your chance to, like, activate her, romance subplot.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
And from what I've been told, you can sort of have a whole bunch of, well, you can have effectively all of the romance options open until you like hard commit to one. But also, if you pick the wrong options, you sort of lock yourself out. I was initially thinking like we'd be able to like dip into the romance stuff later in the game. But yeah, by doing what I did earlier, I think it well, on the previous stream, I think it locks her out. So by doing it this way instead, the option is there. No worries, Wiki, take it easy. Are you streaming with Zui today? Oh, fair enough. Like I said, take it easy, and thanks again for the sub.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
I can't remember what this... What is your special sight reveal?
Engulfed in clouds the color of dark umber. They carry an old pain and doubt.
As if in trance, Cassia reaches for your shoulder with the tips of her fingers. A strange feeling of relief comes over you, as if your lungs have fully opened, allowing you to take a deep breath for the first time in ages. The young woman notices your expression and jerks away, frightened.
I beg forgiveness for my inappropriate behavior. When I see such oppressive colors, I immediately want to paint them a different hue, to disperse them. I already mentioned I cannot control it, except this time, I thought I would be able to, for whatever reason.
There's no need to apologize. You mastered the power in order to aid another. To aid me. I am grateful. Shyly she smooths her already perfect hair. Alright, so we'll leave the let's talk about us until later.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
I just wanted to make sure that option was on the table, as it were. Alright, so what was our, we have open? There was a whole bunch of stuff we needed to do. Okay, so this is the... Okay, that's our main stuff. Prison Planetoid. Rykad Philia. We may find the Interrogator there, and Rykad Minoris. So... Oh, okay. Is this specifically to do with the, like, running down the Interrogator? Because we needed more... Okay. Rykad Minor for... Okay. The Machine Keeper's spirit is, like, but the Void Ship requires a new engine seer who may be found somewhere in the system. I'm sure we got more clues than that with regards to that quest line in the fluff text. I just don't remember off the top of my head. Bother. Rogue Trader Tuesday on Monday? What? It's Tuesday. What? It is Tuesday, right? Wait, no, hang on. What? Okay, thank God. Jesus, I thought I'd... Whew, don't do that to me. I've been a little difficult keeping track of exactly what day and date it is with everything that's been going on. Hey, Sion? Okay, so Urak 5 was where we went to do the, Oh. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating on board the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Bloodspun Web. I am ready to receive them. We'll commence our preparations at once, Lord Captain. Abiotic Factor was a bit like a Factorio stuff game, right? I think. Well. You look a bit goofy sitting at it like a council table with no one else with us. Oh, okay. I clearly do not... I clearly misthought about what it is. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall young woman steps forward. She moves towards you soundlessly, dim light casting shadow across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultists repeat the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
The woman's slender fingers had been fitted with a metal claw. She points it in your direction and gazes at you from beyond her bone mask with the cold, grim eyes of an assassin. Pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similarly weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibellah. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Oh, are we actually getting a companion out of it? Death Cult weapon. Huh. What has succeeded? You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. The devoted, holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all void-born. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red-black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. When time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Examine captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down their tear-stained faces. The tear-stained faces, the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
As for Imperial Assassin in Dawn of War, I don't recall, sorry. Though I do intend to check out the Dawn of War remaster that's coming out very soon, in like a couple of days. I'm not going to be jumping on that like day one. I wanna see what the reviews say, because that is the kind of thing that could very easily like fuck up with a shit remaster. So I definitely want to wait for some feedback on that one. Yeah, I really enjoyed the original Dawn of War, and I really enjoyed Dawn of War 2, and then yeah, Dawn of War 3 happened. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You've experienced it before, when you walked through the scorching flame and survived. The eyes of your grim guests burn bright with the sacrificial fever. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship.
I think a Vindicar Assassin is a different beast entirely. The Vindicar Assassin is, if my memory serves, sort of less assassin and more explosive. It has been a while since I've gone through 40k lore, though I don't remember exactly which assassins do what. Doing a quick look into it, no, Vindicars are basically snipers and stealth units, never mind.
But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You're saying they haven't actually done anything wrong, if I'm understanding that. You mentioned tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
Instead of helping those who may soon stumble, you offer them death?
We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
Well, we are leaning on the dogmatic end of things, so let's, You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and a benediction of our duty.
Tell me about yourself, Kibellah. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the Bloodspun Web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Why have you brought this rabble to the upper deck?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the Bloodspun Web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Huh. Give weapons to the traitors. It's time for Kibellah to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will set them free.
The angels bless
It's an actual combat scenario. Kibellah has a remarkable background. As a Death Cult assassin, she can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of Kibellah's next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and any enemies behind the target. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. Kibellah can also use a special throwable consumable called the Blood File to spill out even more blood on the battlefield. She's a Blade Dancer. Blade Dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using two special attacks, Blade Dance and Death from Above. The Blade Dance ability allows Blade Dancers to make several light strikes against random adjacent targets. If there is only one adjacent target, all the strikes are directed against that target. If two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Death from Above allows the Blade Dancer to swiftly leap to a selected cell, upon landing dealing damage to all adjacent targets. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. The Blade Dancer gains charges by killing their enemies. The Blade Dancer's main characteristics are weapon skill, agility, and strength. That's pretty straightforward. Most of the Blade Dancer's abilities can only be used with a sword equipped. Some abilities available through progression cost wounds instead of AP. Holy crap. I'm assuming we're supposed to, like, blood vial and then let it rip.
I shall not fail. Thy blade be drenched in blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins.
Hey, Dr. Anime, how's it going?
As the tenant, my blade. Death is a blessing.
He's a living AoE. Right.
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
All of you will bleed!
That didn't reset my AP though.
Trust me. The other side awaits.
Oh, that did. Question mark?
As honor ordains.
How do I tell how many stacks of death from one stack of 100? Okay, that's how I tell.
Killing brings me no pleasure. A dance of blades and shadows.
Now, does that count as a single target strike? For death, the raining blood.
The shadows will.
I'm gonna guess not. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stains of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Kibellah wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Factorum. Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valentius's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The Factorum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Kibellah. But I certainly do not in any way condemn these deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had good reason. Your caster, the Master-at-Arms, clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the sedacious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, but we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Enric, scourge of the sedacious or not, folks are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malik did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Henrik takes a drag on his low stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower-decker problem. What matters is the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Confessor Adalbert, a plump old man in rich robes for a confessor, adds respectfully, "My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved the vessel from the servants of the arch-enemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse of its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valentius. It seems not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor Adalbert, your lordship, as a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the honor of being the ship's confessor, or, in other words, the highest spiritual authority in your vessel. I am here to observe the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officers' chapel, and also look after the ship's reliquary. He did contribute, though, so why did it... strange. Confessor, tell me about the Spinner's great sacrifice. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the arch-enemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted. The famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders. But then the Spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tipped dance brought death. Though many Spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. I wish to hear what my retinue thinks. I have heard, Argenta, I have heard, though only at a distance, the prayers the Spinners offer up to him. I've seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The blood-spun web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Abelard. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a Spinner into her retinue, she respected the blood-spun web and approved its mission. Cassia. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even amongst servants of the faith. You will be my shadow, Kibellah. Kibellah's movements are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow domin, von Valentius. As instructed, as instrument of death placed in your hands by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. Abelard, are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down to the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respects, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Who is the Vizier? The Vizier? Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for fivefold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Forspoke. What do you mean? What terror? The greatest, most sacred relic of the blood-spun web, the Emperor's tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see the portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of the lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first Spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. He's basically the Emperor? He's so old, he's probably being, like, kept alive in some sort of life support chair. Not literally the Emperor, but yeah, similar circumstances going on there, it sounds like. Where is your temple located? I'm not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. The path began deep within the flagship, in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and this is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. I'm wondering, is this the one of the DLCs? This feels like it's DLC. I'm feeling like I don't want to be starting this yet. But I also don't want to, like, hit the wrong option and just, like, cut the whole thing off. Like, I don't mind if it's like if it's right to just leave it sitting there open. As long as I'm not like accidentally locking myself into doing it now. I want to do more of the sort of the main quest line for the moment before I, because as far as I'm aware, both of the DLCs are sort of they plug in but are self-contained. So like this feels like it's just part of the game. Like this doesn't feel out of place. It's just because I know that the game has like 2 additional DLC scenarios that I was able to go, hang on, this smells like DLC. The way this is set up smells like a campaign module that you could just plug in. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Kibellah sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Domin. We will speak again when the time is right. I'm gonna hope that just puts me back to the bridge, and then I'm free to choose to pursue that path when I want. Void ship map. The Rogue Trader's ship is a veritable city sailing through the void. The ship has numerous compartments you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator on the bridge or from any compartment. Yeah, that's... what? That's not new. Oh, was that functionality maybe added as part of the Void Shadows DLC? Maybe it was new, which is why it's baked into Void Shadows stuff happening there. Because yeah, like the shrine and the Astropath chapel we've already, like, been able to get to previously. I'm pretty sure we've, like, we've even done side quests and such in here. Oh, that's... I completely forgot, and purely by chance, I've actually come to the right spot. This place has that weird, puzzle. For, I think it's for this, the Shock Mall. There's, like... You needed 6 NPCs. Or six player characters to be able to do this.
What torments you?
Because you need to stand...
Sometimes, you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis. And weigh every...
Did you want something?
Stand people on each of the, buttons to get the thing to open.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
Okay, Agenda, calm down.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
Is that not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Am I misunderstanding? Or, because it's, like, it's a shock mall. Maybe it's to do with the Lex Imperialis DLC. Maybe we need the character from that before we can do whatever this is.
Whisper and be heard.
I'm always ready.
No, maybe I'm wrong.
Serves.
What advice do you seek?
Should I divine our next step?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Okay, the lights don't appear to be changing despite being on or off the pressure plates. Whoop! Camera! Hey! Yo! There's gotta be... There's no way we'd have 5 pressure plates. 5 lights. There's gotta be something... Like, there's no way... Unless there are 4 lights. How many people are gonna get that one? Ah, wait, I didn't go to the... Oh, wait, can we, have a bath? Where's the bath? I don't know if it's, like... I don't know how frequently you can have a bath. I don't know if it's, like, between chapters. Because we've done a, how would you call it? Like a story segment. We did the Navis Nobilite stuff. The soothing water caresses your senses. Your grateful muscles welcome the chance at a rest. A pleasant languor spreads throughout your body and you allow yourself a... What is... Address the enforcers. You two, get in here. I require company and pleasant conversation. Do you mean us, your lordship? Actually, I've changed my mind. I wish to see someone from my retinue. Which of them would you like me to summon, your lordship? Interesting. Cassia, I wish her to paint my portrait. At once. Lord Captain, it is most improper for us to be conversing in your bath chamber, and I cannot believe you wish me to paint a picture of you disrobed. I cannot. It is scandalous. This goes beyond this goes beyond every standard of decency. Persuasion with a 100% chance. Consider it an opportunity to practice life drawing. Well, you certainly are an interesting model. I've never painted people before, but I'm willing to try if you insist. Nude portrait of the rogue trader. Cassia picks up her brush. The two of you spend the next half hour engaged in small talk, and her awkwardness soon gives way to an intense focus as she becomes immersed in her art. This painting, it may not be what you had in mind. Still, this is how I see you and your colors. The canvas is a whirlwind of brightly colored paints. The outline of a human figure is suggested through broad, colorful strokes and fluid shapes. You would be hard-pressed to call it a portrait, but the series of abstract images and impressions do vaguely resemble your form. Hey, Auroratu, how's it going? Your style is so unique, I like it. Cassia's cheeks turn pink, and you feel a flush of embarrassment. You are most gracious. It would be a pleasure to paint like this again sometime, though perhaps in a more traditional environment? Relax and close your eyes. Okay, so, yeah, I'm assuming, is that going to give us the cleansed buff? Yeah. It's like, it's a nothing buff. It's literally just the next combat +1 initiative, but why not? I guess with that what's her name should be on the bridge here somewhere, and we can have a yak to her. Maybe? She is part of the, like, usable party. Ah, there she is. Literally the last place. The only place we didn't look. Did you just... blotch yourself? Mad woman.
Domin.
Kibellah puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. I think most of these were right to just, like, click and follow through the conversation lines for. Gesture at the scars covering Kibellah's skin. You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself. Death whispers to me, you are worthy of bearing his marks. Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You notice several officers exchange worried glances as they eye the blade in Kibellah's hands. Will it I wonder if it'll actually give us, like, possibly damage or a buff. It'd be an honor to wear the mark of the Undying One.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
I don't know why it's gone doki doki red. Kibellah waits patiently as you prepare yourself for the ritual. Once you are ready, she carefully presses the blade to your skin and carves the sacred symbol into your flesh with skillful precision. The wounds sting and burn painfully as they begin to bleed. You always address me as Domin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle.
Now am I gonna need to make note of these? I'd like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the Death Cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
What is the cult's
The
purpose?
blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
You hear a whisper in your mind telling you to kill someone and you obey. Have you ever considered that these whispers could be a deception orchestrated by minions of the archenemy?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the High Spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence.
How do you know you've never made a mistake? How can you be sure you've never wrongly robbed one of your victims of their life?
We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done.
I don't even know if sus is quite right, Sion. It's more just, fanatical dogmatic is, you know, just the opposite side of the coin of fanatic heretic. It's all the same coin, just a different picture on top. That's a decent way to put it, actually. Let us speak about something else. How long has the Bloodspun Web been in existence?
Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence.
What are the responsibilities of the Vizier?
It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Vizier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch spider.
Who was the matriarch spider?
It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first vizier of the blood-spun web.
Why do you call yourself spinners?
Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibellah, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
Hey, Iman, how's it going? We've been doing the, like, this has sort of become what is sort of regular stream time now. Just due to, like, changes in my life circumstances. What I'm hoping is, well, I mean, the Tuesdays we've been doing fairly consistently for a month at this point, so that should hopefully keep rolling on. But it should hopefully be like Mecha Monday, Rogue Tuesday, and then Friday, Saturday, with whatever else. You say the God Emperor is deaf. There are some who might find the comparison blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it.
Can you teach me to follow the tenets of the Bloodspun Web?
The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself. From first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught. They must be lived. Only then will you understand.
You've satisfied my curiosity for now. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the Undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. You dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Kibellah's face before it's masked by her usual stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
I do appreciate that, like, these bits of, like, big lore dumps with each of the, party members is fully voiced. The only problem with Kibellah here is she does speak very slowly. Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
That's a bit concerning. What's it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him.
Good Lord.
When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
I can see now why you're the best assassin in the cult. The cost was worth it.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything.
Your parents, your family, you never mentioned them.
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
You may not remember your real family, but are you so truly so unconcerned by the deaths of your fellow
It brings
cultists?
me comfort when my brothers and sisters cross to the other side. The Undying One has called them to his side, so they can serve him in ways we cannot.
Do you not wish to know what became of your family?
No.
Fair enough. The answer escapes Kibella's lips before she can give it any thought. Upon realizing this, she produces a small blade seemingly out of nowhere and begins to sharpen it with pointed nonchalance. I presume you have no friends either?
Attachment makes us weak. The weak meet their demise prematurely. But such death does not please the Undying One. For a soul must not be claimed before their time has come. It is true that spinners occasionally cross paths with those outside the cult. But such paths always diverge in the end. We may walk the same road together, but we are nothing more than temporary traveling companions. It is similar for those of your retinue. Our threads may intertwine for a time, but all will go their separate ways, as is inevitable. But not you and I, Domin. Our threads cannot be unwoven, and only the Undying One will end my service to you.
I understand you better now.
Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Alrighty, Sansu, calm down. Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
Kibellah removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. What are those?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
Jesus. Very well, let us see how impervious to pain you really are. An assortment of small but sophisticated torturous tools are laid out before you. Good God. This is a bit... Pierce her skin with several chained hooks.
The flesh remains untorn. Good.
The black chains dangle from Kibellah's body. They look more like a macabre form of adornment than an implement of torture. Kibellah gathers up the chains and pulls them out until her skin goes taut. Whee!
Do you have other questions?
Basically a fucking Dark Elder. Your fighting style is unique. Do you think it is something I can learn?
Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop. Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication and decades of special training. However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics.
Do keep in mind, like, humans can live for a fair bit longer, given the right circumstances. They, especially, like, high, well, not necessarily highborn, but people with, like, money and power. There's some levels of technology, rejuvenating treatments and whatnot that allow people to live for a lot longer, again, given the right circumstances. But it's also, like, given we are talking about the 40k universe here, do you really want to live for that much longer? Oy. Thank you for sharing with me.
It is not difficult to speak the truth.
Did you ever meet Theodora von Valancius?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
I do remember there was the governor's daughter, like, actually went with Kane for a while. Was that? I can't remember if that was, like, cross-book. Never underestimate Jurgen. Jurgen's the best. The governor's... I'm just trying to remember, like, I can't remember if the governor's daughter would, like, her plotline went across multiple books, or if it was all just in the same book. If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
Yeah, that's probably the correct answer. Hey, Kuro, and fuck that. That's way too early to be getting up. Holy shit. I mean, there are some days that I don't get to sleep until around that time. Moisten. Oh, I have about a mouthful of coffee left. We'll probably take a short break once we're done talking to Kibellah before we start doing whatever we're doing next. That way I have a chance to refuel the coffee. Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, And yet, I do not.
The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
I'm gonna assume you don't normally drink coffee then, Sion. I'm not so bad as, like, I won't have a coffee right before going to bed. I know there are some people that can have a cup of coffee and just go straight to sleep. That's not me, thankfully, but, yeah, I suppose if you don't normally drink caffeine, you'd be, like, bouncing off the walls a bit. The worst is, like, the first time you try, like, an energy drink or something, if you don't really drink, like, caffeine or those sorts of things. You get that, yeah, like, you just can't sleep for a day kind of thing. Which, I mean, that is sort of the intended point. That is usually the effect people are looking for. Law warp test succeeded. You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine, or detect faint sparks in the air when you're standing next to Kibellah. It seems her power only manifests when she's practicing divination, or in moments of pious exaltation. Kibellah herself does not seem to be aware of her gift. How did you come to have a deck of his tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
I forgot we can do that to get, like, the full art. They're very dark, Eldar. running the, very much the edge of what is, acceptable and what isn't there. How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
Can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
Kibellah carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? Kibellah draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I'm going to assume on a, like, additional playthrough of the game, these predictions would make much more sense. I must take my leave.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps.
So her abilities, though, seem like they want one-handed weapons rather than a two-handed. Which I guess we should look at anyway. She wants to level up. Can only be used with a sword equipped. If two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer makes 2 attacks with each one. Okay. See, now the problem is I'm gonna have to level her up a bunch, which means going through and trying to learn all her shit. Oy. Oh dear. She does feel like she's just stepped off of the tabletop. Three levels to do. Oh, this is going to take a while. Okay, so like weapon skill was kind of a primary, then probably agility, agility and strength. That's not the actual bloody mess perk. Well, actually, I think it is. Well, you don't need the effect, I guess, would be more the thing. I guess that is actually the no, it's not the bloody mess perk. Because the bloody mess perk was, like, increased crit chance, I think, was its mechanical effect. But it made everything explode, which was always fun. One in 5 to survive lethal? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. And the rest of these are just the basics. Yeah, okay. Okay, and Crimson Tide? Whenever a creature with blood blessed or blood stained gains +1 of this effect whenever any blood is inflicted again, or whenever it starts its turn on a blood covered cell. Basically just make a big mess, and this is useful. That seems kind of nuts. You can boop in, boop out. If the Blade Dancer used Death from above this turn, this movement repeats all uses of this ability in reverse. Does it apply... Like, does it reapply the attack? Surely not. That would be insane. Until the end of combat, attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who have already attacked. Yeah, the conditions on that are... don't know about that one. Hey, you're compelled. I did not read any of the patch notes. If you're talking about this... Wait, was there the... Did this... No, it was a few days ago, was it? Oh no, it was today. Yeah, no, I didn't. There was one on the 6th and there was one today. Jesus Christ. You turn into like a fucking cyborg ninja. Because it's a 0 AP cost, I can definitely see this being useful. Like, it costs 8 wounds, but it restores 13 wounds if you get the kill. So if you finish a thing off, and it restores +1 AP, and additional... Basically, you can point at something you know is going to die and whop at one. And the attack can't be dodged or parried. That seems quite useful in, like, many potential situations. The Blade Dancer's next attack inflicts bleeding 9 on all targets hit. Agi and weapon skill, we are going to be upping both of those, so that will scale as well. Ooh, that seems like the bleeding is already good, and then negative resist check against immobilized. Oh, that seems like, especially if you do like a, well, like a blade dance. That's or like a big leap. I think Blood Oath is probably going to be more useful, but Captive Audience, I will keep that in mind. That is also very funny. The ones I'm actually interested in are the ones not recommended. There's a Veil of Blades. Looks like it could be quite good. Honestly, acrobatic artistry. If the Blade Dancer used Death from Above this turn, this movement repeats all uses of this ability in reverse. Like, if that redoes the damage from Death from Above, then that is very good. But I think we'll take Blood Oath, because that's, I can definitely see many situations where that's going to be useful. Oh, she comes with a fairly decent Medicaid score. Not bad. Kind of tempting to buff it up. Especially with her, like, ability to yump around, actually. She can get into places and heal people. That's not what she's intended to do, but I think that could do. And that'll bring her to a +5 for the characteristic bonus on weapon skill. And right, this gives us access to these ones we haven't seen yet. Attacked by. So does that count, like, leaps of faith and blade dance and whatnot, things that hit multiple targets? Because again, being able to, like, spread out that kind of, because that's already like 10 plus WS bonus, so that's 15. They suffer a -15 to weapon skill, ballistic skill, and perception. That's a pretty solid debuff. Just for bopping people. Like, you don't need, like, it's not an active skill or anything, it just do. Oh. By weapon skill instead of intelligence. Huh. Now, would that count, like, her own healing? So, like, Blood Oath... The healing from Blood Oath could proc Blessed Scars? Hmm. 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 Oof. Captive audience plus grand performance is very nice. Oh, interesting. Nah. Oh. Oh. Very interesting. I'm very tempted to get the, like, Promises of Blood, so we get the extra AP from the Blood Oath. And I'd then be very also like, I'd already been pretty damn tempted by Captive Audience. Captive Audience and Grand Performance. Seems like a very nice combo as well. Blessed Scars looks quite nice. The Death Warden also looks quite nice. There's a few things in here I'm liking the look of. Which reminds me, we need some freaking Medicays. I don't know where to buy things. We haven't, like, bought things yet. God damn. Alright, I was like, we'll take a break when we're done playing around with, Kibellah, and then that's brought us up to the 2-hour mark anyway. God damn. Alright, I am indeed going to take the break here, because we are now legitimately past the 2-hour mark. I'm supposed to take a break now, so that I will. Yeah, I will be back in a little bit. I'm just going to go make myself a cup of coffee, have a stretch, all that good stuff. You guys know how it is. If you need a drink, or a snack, or a stretch yourself, now's the time. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we were supposed to get things done, and then this, like, the Void Shadows DLC kind of jumped on us, so that's taking us on a sidetrack. Let's see if we can't get somewhere and get doing things. Alright, I will be right back. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. That's the, yeah, we don't need that one today. There we go. Oh, wait, layering. Bugger. There. Alrighty. I'm back with a fresh cup of coffee and a fresh bottle of water. Let me just click some buttons in the back here and we'll be good to go. Actually might go somewhere. We keep getting sidetracked and distracted. Okay, let's try to go somewhere. Like, I was literally just, like, I just clicked on the world map and that event happened as the ship was moved. Like, we weren't even, like, set in a destination somewhere. Like, I just clicked and it moved and the event triggered. What is this unidentified void ship? Also, what is this artificial facility business? What? More stuff! Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. Pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wassarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Are we triggering the... Like, is this gonna now dump the next DLC story on top of us as well? Oh, dear. Hey, Gorgelan, how's it going? Be very, very unfortunately structured if they set the flags that way. It's just we literally, we moved like 2 inches on the world map and events proc. We haven't been able to go anywhere. We just keep getting events. This one's not voiced, okay. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Avril Event? The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Event, requesting permission to speak. Event falls silent, and then rashly adds, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times calls for drastic measures, Fent exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Fent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Salbeck, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Sensual Wassarian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rules across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we are still battling rumors that the hero has survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you would ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room? I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Sensual Wassarian come into all this? I shall explain, Albert intones grimly. Hey, Spider Goat, how's it going? Beg you to hurry, the time is running out. Will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It's the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Sensual Wassarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink, Bent says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Oh boy, This kind of, like, shock mall strike busting is a bit... Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no excuse to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. On my part, I urge the Lord Captain go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. I mean, the butler did it. Literally, he admits it. It's not he's not hiding the fact. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors in the lower decks. It's home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the Arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 had not been so harsh. And, another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect in the neighboring sectors. This is interesting because, in general, what we've seen thus far of Abelard is that he definitely acts, like, in the general best interest of the ship and the crew. If he thinks, like, head bashing and skull stomping is the solution, that's probably the right answer. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that this is not that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Thalbach bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wassarian's opinions on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mr. Thalbach, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Thalbach, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he deems particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wassarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superiors encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Thalbach, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I'd overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal. For there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguished some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out amongst the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die. Their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. An interesting conflict happening here? Lieutenant Vent, would you say the Seneschal has signaled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Worsarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure they continue to strive. To prepare new generations for the dynasty's servants, to instruct them and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. Thank you for your support. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation which led to which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot for myself and to see the expedient resolution of this incident. Oh, I see. That means they have to be in the party? Okay, yep, that's what that means. Not that I was intending to take them out, I was just trying to work out what the UI means. Yeah, I have both the Void Shadows and the Lex Imperialis DLCs. This is my first playthrough of the game, so it's all fresh content to me. We're gonna kick in some skulls manually? Well, fucking Kibellah won't be kicking in heads, she'll be chopping them off. Hey, it's Viserion. Take that scum. Oh, take that scum. Look who it is. This is all his fault. All of it. You guys just throw poop at him? Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. People dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers, Abelard grimaces. The junior officer's worst failing, to pass problems up the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the Lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer. But in the name of terror, the girl is the same age as my oldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years, at least, before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily, routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountains of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me, and they do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend who has once stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Well, we've got, like, Season 2 at this point, right? As for announced DLC, so I would expect at least 2 more for that. I think a lot of people were expecting, like, Lex Imperialis to be the end, but then they announced the Season 2, pass. Does it have... hang on, give me a second. Does the Season 2 pass actually explain what's in it? Well, okay, so yeah, there's DLC 3, The Infinite Museum, and then DLC 4, Processional of the Damned. See, I haven't played Wrath. I only played Kingmaker. And even then, I didn't finish Kingmaker. I do actually want to do like a full playthrough of Kingmaker. I really enjoyed it. It was just, it's the same problem as like, well, all of not problem, but the same thing as with all of Alcat's games. They're long as fuck. And that's why I like doing Rogue Trader on Rogue Tuesday, because that way I don't burn myself out trying to, like, power game through a 100-hour CRPG. We've also got... Is it Alcat? Are they doing a, like, an actual Dark Heresy game as well? I think a Dark Heresy game was announced. Oh yeah, straight up. Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy, Alcat Games. Let me just add that to the wish list. Though, it's an Alcat one, so I won't have to worry about it until like at least a year after it releases. So we got plenty of time to slowly make our way through Rogue Trader. Announced. Okay, yeah, it was announced at the end of May. So it's probably quite a ways. Oh, I say it's probably quite a ways out, but I would assume they could just reuse the Rogue Trader engine, since like Rogue Trader is mechanically like tabletop Dark Heresy. Obviously you'd make whatever improvements to the engine you want to make, but the base engine, I assume, would still be the same base engine? Which should hopefully mean less bugs. Well, I know this Rogue Trader itself had issues at launch. Certain quest lines like couldn't be run through. You had to use like mod tools to get them to flag properly. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Yeah, I do feel like maybe we should have just left this to Abelard, like...
Follow my lead.
Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. Let's turn the thingy on. This must be where the workers sleep between shifts. We can't even interact with the rabble, it's just rabble. Valve? What's Gabe N doing here? Huge pipes. He's got voiced lines objecting.
Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
I don't actually disagree with her, like, statement on that there. That was my main motivation, was to just stick our heads in here and see for ourselves. But I suppose the point of being, like, a Lord Commander is that you have to, like, trust your officers to do their thing. You can't possibly...
None shall stand in my way.
Like, there's just not enough time for you to personally manage everything. Obviously, in a video game, that's a bit different. We've got all the time, unless the game itself puts on a timer. Well, in this case, it's also not just, like, delicious XPs, but it's a game event. It's content. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avril Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior Master-at-Arms Jacosta Saubach, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time and has now reached boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I've given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the Rogue Trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. It does not clarify whether he means Vent, Saubach, looming over her, or both. Your lordship. Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What is the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigation unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There's nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. We have, like, we're pretty decked as far as, like, fellowship skills go. I kind of want to talk to them because that's what we're built for as a character. But at the same time, like, we're an ex-commissar, so it's like we talk, and then if that fails, we shoot. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. again, I actually feel like this is the wrong decision. I feel like we should just be leaving it up to Abelard and Jocasta.
A new challenge for me.
Inside the box, a string of scratched letters run along the edge, different first names with the same surname. It looks like this box has been passed down in the family from generation to... A generational toolbox! I mean, why not, eh? Actually. You know what, I'm not going to give sass for that if it's a good toolbox. They don't make them like they used to and all that. As I said, part of the reason I am going this path is because we are, like, built for, like, talking. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower deck. You take their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. We won't stand for it anymore. Our children are freezing. We've done nothing wrong. We're being punished. The enforcers have tormented us enough. Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear and astonishment and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be their leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Tell me, what is troubling you? Why are you striking? Striking? That is news to us, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word, and they're reaching for their batons. They want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole bay for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in the lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Magenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes where the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vant is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and who had no fellow feelings towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we are no villains here. We are honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? Igor they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us. and anyone obstructing their investigations would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. So this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with... Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Well, yeah, those boots really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children. Weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd hit my... just after I had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of the amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father was not there, or the Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought the evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Starback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here is an explanation for you. People have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out, as if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here. Like that one the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there's some people who've had just enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and their glances traded between them reveal that news of the attack has shocked them. I don't know, Jay. Like, as I keep saying, like, I feel like, we really probably should be, letting, like, Abelard and then, by extension, Jocasta handle these kind of situations. They know better what's going on than us, and at least what we know of them thus far. I don't know. There's also a bit of, like, I suppose separating myself from the problem. Like, I'd want to go down and see what's going on and work out the problem for myself. But that's almost worse in some cases, because then they start expecting you know, if they make a fuss, that the Lord Commander himself will come to tend to every issue that comes up. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The Exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us Bildrach what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been the leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of those club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. I'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbors out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of them damn amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. Surprisingly level-headed, considering? Old man, speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want any empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Definitely think we go with the coercion option. Definitely not giving them weapons. That ain't happening. Spreading anarchy on this ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we'll consider the rest. Coercion succeeded. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talked to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made up our minds. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Thoughts, Abelard? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I have seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So, when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn to next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Master-at-Arms, where do you stand? Give the rabble a grox and they'll take to an agri world. Give the rabble a grox, and they will take an agri world. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Yeah, well, that's why we have not done that. Again, like, given the context of 40k, I'm honestly in agreement with Abelard anyway. When you've got a matter of like, chaos influence, unfortunately, the response probably should be just to stomp it out at its roots, apply Purging Flame. There probably is more diplomatic ways to solve it, but no, I'm gonna go with 3, but I think 4 is probably the better answer in the context. Then it is decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren. Removed cargo, fuel, and provisions? Removed cargo? Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we will leave no stone unturned. This is complete bedlam. Are you satisfied, Lord Captain? Then may I suggest we leave this circus and discuss everything en route.
Victory awaits!
Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companion, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and the last vestiges of his restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see the helm of the Von Valencius Protectorate? There is some truth to your criticism. I should say so. Abelard heaves a sigh, but he visibly relaxes. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I'll not repeat her mistake. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw the Lord Captain Theodora's design. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on on my shoulders. And then suddenly everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come at a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving, because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that have in the past been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Whew. This is tricky because, again, like, I do actually think it would have been better to leave it with Abelard and the Enforcers. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on this ship. I think in the future I'll follow your recommendations. Abelard dips his head in a sign of assent. The shadow of incredible strain, which evidently had been wearing on him for some time, finally lifts from his face. I'm glad you see the value in the foundations laid down by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any further consternation, Lord Captain. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places.
Follow my lead.
I can't actually click on the valves. I tried earlier, but they didn't seem interactable. Well, see, that's the like, I don't want, for me personally, like, I don't want a cult of personality. I'd want, like,
None shall stand in my way.
officers I could trust.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
A container can be seen beyond the massive pipe. What? A container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Well, yeah, but how do I do?
It's about time.
I can't actually click on any of these valves. Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship, run through many bays, delivering air, water, heat, and the propulsive force.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Over there.
Oh, okay, hang on. A manometer do with, like, let's see, water density in the air, humidity.
I rise to the occasion.
The gauge shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end. The heat sink warms the air around it to a scorching temperature. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have even dragged deck chairs here.
Victory awaits.
Do we need to, like, dinker with every valve? What's the... Okay, well, we can at least tinker with the valves now. Almost like rerouting pressure. I don't know if there's an actual puzzle happening here or if it's just a case of click on all the valves.
Done.
Nice, a whole bunch of puzzle addressing
A
items.
new challenge for me?
And a level up, I think. Oh, great. Now we gotta level up 6 characters. Ah. Like, how to put it? You've got to consider, like, once you get onto the scale of something like a 40K ship, you can't possibly, like, you're not talking about like a small, tightly knit community. It's like generation ships. The scale and the amount of people you're talking about is just so vast. Hey, Mr. Redeye, how's it going? Oh, are you streaming today, Mr. Redeye? Yeah, okay, cool. Because I wasn't sure how long I was going to stream for, but I'll probably keep it going till at least you go live, and then I can send folks your way. What's on the cards for tonight? Oh boy, 6 characters to level up. Let's go. Same as last night. Fair enough. Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world. We probably want something from this, like, first set up here. Since we can't take this every level up. Hey, Zan, how's it going? We... we just solved the problem in a way that the game kind of chastises us for, and I agree with the game. I didn't really like how we solved it, but I wanted, I solved it that way because, reasons. There was, rebellion on the lower decks, and I went in personally to talk some sense into people, but my reactions throughout the whole thing was like, I should just be leaving this up to Abelard and the Enforcers, and like the end result of it was we probably should have just left that up to Abelard and the Enforcers. But like I'm a freaking Fellowship built, like, commissar type character, so I want to be talking to people. That's what the character skill sets are. And now we've got level ups. Six characters to level up. This is going to take a little bit. What's the, like, it's got a weird name, the, like, classic difficulty? The one that's, like, one step up from normal. The one that doesn't, like, that has the minimum amount of, like, modifiers, like, it's running at, like, base values, basically. Daring, that's it. What's that scaling off of? 3 plus the Fellowship. I'm gonna guess that's +5 is from the Fellowship. So, like, attacks of... We could try to set up, like, attack of opportunity plays as a thing, through... What's her name? The Navigator, because she's got abilities that, like, allow you to shift people around as well. Well, it forces them to move, but yes, I count that as shifting people around. Funnily enough, she's probably the one I'm least interested in so far. Functionally, she's very good, don't get me wrong. Like the ones that make weapon skill equal to 8. Like that, like flat +8 weapon skill is very nice. And then +5 damage on attacks. You don't even need to be reaching for the attacks of opportunity. Like even just the getting 8 additional weapon skill. Like we're building the main character to be a very like give orders type of character. So things like inspiring courage, focus, be vigilant. So like focus is the like use that on shooty characters, and be vigilant, use that on choppy characters. And we kind of have a mix of both, so either side works. Inspire courage, like it's just nice for some extra wounds. Though what's the wounds scaling off of? Yeah, okay, so that's not going to scale up much. I doubt we're going to be putting too much points into WP, whereas that's scaling off of fellowship, isn't it? Yeah, that will probably go up. So I'm thinking be vigilant. Go heavy on the persuasion. Or coercion, both would be a fairly heavy commitment. I feel like... Well, yeah, I don't know, so we haven't... Like, commerce as well is not... Yeah, wouldn't be a bad call, I don't think. Doesn't affect prices? Okay. But there's probably... Because it's got, like, conversation modifiers. I think coercion... How do I tell if I'm already trained in a skill or not? Or can you not pick a skill once you've trained in it once? Well, there's persuasion, and we can pick persuasion again. So... But then I'm assuming, like, if you have the other ones, it gives you, like, related conversation. Hang on. So be vigilant. Give me a second. Yeah, that's fine. I gotta go away. How do I? Can I see, like, what, like, where I've taken things already? Okay, archetype advancements, I assume. And now to do that 5 more times. Okay, yeah, so... Interesting. He does have Medicaid. Like, we took it earlier, and he can't take it again. Oh, no, okay, what? Huh? Those... Okay, so those are separate. We got Medicaid, and now we can't take it a 3rd time. Question mark? Carouse, just to get access to the extra dialogue options from it. Obviously we got coercion on the MC. Demolition, maybe? Oh no, we got... Yeah, Argenta's got our demolition covered. I can't remember what, ramming speed could be quite useful for a big charge. Because we've got the, impetus, which is long charge does more damage. And we've got the, well, actually, yeah, the rigorous training. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement. So, ramming speed is actually kind of tempting. Yeah, like we've already got other abilities that back that up, so I'm thinking, yeah, we grab ramming speed. Does he... What do we have him... Do these mostly just do her operative stuff rather than her psyker stuff? Or do we also... Okay, there... What? Okay, so her psyker stuff counts under common talents. Her operative stuff is locked to the, like, talents, but, like, I'm just not, like, feeling her operative stuff. I'm feeling like we do just want to be all in on the psyker stuff. There's, like... it seems like it could be useful. I haven't, So that... Like, you can use your ranged psychics without provoking op attacks. Does sound potentially quite useful. Yeah, Aftershock does indeed seem pretty good. The overkill damage does seem a bit specific. Yeah, like, I feel like it's not gonna come up that often. Fatebringer seems like pretty good. Because she's got that, it might not be listed on here, it might be on one of the pages somewhere, but she's got that buff. I don't know if 7% armor penetration is much to write home about, though. I've played maybe like 20 hours of Kingmaker on stream. I haven't played Wrath. Like the stabilizing fact, not even lost interest. I think other stuff got in the way. I was really quite enjoying it. If I had unlimited time, like I would go back to it, no questions. But yeah, so like it'd be stabilizing factor or power conduit. But what was the other one I was looking at? Fatebringer? I just don't know how useful 7% armor penetration is. Because I was warned that like armor and dodge starts becoming a problem. That's it. Like stable. So it's also a toss-up of like stabilizing factor. I don't know how expensive the veil degradation is going to get. Because if like veil degradation starts getting crazy, then power conduit might actually be legit. Whereas if veil degradation doesn't get too pricey, stabilizing factor. I mean, okay, so right now, the stabilizing factor probably isn't, 3 per mage. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go with stabilizing factor then, because it'll probably, like, I'm thinking it's not really relevant right now, but it'll pay off more in the long term. Well, that's that. I assume that would only be if we go the power conduit route. Yeah. Worst case, we can re-roll. It's not the end of the world. We have respec. Now, shoot good and shoot gooderer. That's what we want on what's her name? Blanking. Argentina. Argentina? Argenta. Jesus Christ, I've done that multiple times now. Is rapid fire like one of One of these things? Yeah, it is. What is... Hmm. Does the spray shot count as an area attack? Combat Medicaid is kind of tempting as well. Rapid Reload, also very tempting. Given the right setup, Camaraderie could add up. Honestly, Rapid Reload, the first reload in combat doesn't cost AP, and then every reload thereafter is 2 less. That's... I feel like that's gonna be very useful. She's already a demolitions expert, so I guess we just lean into that. Again, worst case, we can just re-roll things. Strange Vitality. I think that was one of the ones I was really considering for her. Stable Routes sounds pretty good as well for trying to clock down Veiled Degradation. That's sort of setting up for shifty stuff. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm thinking Strange Vitality. Why do you not come with Lore Warp by base? You probably do, thanks to that Origin advancement. Commerce? Oh no, awareness. She wants lots of awareness, doesn't she? No, she wants lots of perception. It's just awareness scales off of perception. Hey, having a high awareness character is not a bad thing, because it means, like, spotting hidden objects. I'm assuming that's, like, it does, like, the spot hidden rolls. And she's already, like, stacked on it, so... Yeah, there we go. We'll grab some high awareness. And now this mad lady, we've only just met, and now we're leveling her up for her 8th time? I'm thinking athletics. I don't know if, like, athletics checks comes into the stuff she does. Yeah. I was, like, very, like, on the previous level up, I was very heavily considering, getting her there's, like, a Medicaid thing. I'm still very heavily considering getting that for her at a later point. Oh, what was it? No, Captive Audience was the one... which was the Medicaid one? There was some fancy-ass Medicaid one. Death Warden? Blade Dancer's Medicaid is now determined by weapon skill instead of intelligence. Deals plus critical damage and can use medkits. Yeah, it's basically, it switches the scaling over to weapon skill, which is much better for her. Like, yeah, intelligence plus 35, and then weapons, like, weapon skill is... 50? Something like that. Yeah. Alright, anyway, let's focus on things we can actually get right now, rather than... Oh, I see. So that, okay, so that's whenever they get inflicted with bleeding burn or toxin, and that's whenever they take damage from bleeding burn or toxin. You could do some shenanigans there, I think. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, and we still haven't really gone anywhere this stream. We've been sidetracked. God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. I'm assuming Dancer, because it says the Death Cult Assassin's allies deal. I assume that doesn't count for the Death Cult Assassin themselves. They're not benefiting from Dancer blood. I was looking at something for, like, inflicting bleeding. Was it captive audience? Yeah, okay. So, the bleeding stuff... We definitely want to grab captive audience at some point. So I think, like, the bleeding stuff will be good for captive audience when we get to it. God damn. Now, am I going to get another interruption? This has been insane. I've been trying to fly down to this unidentified void ship. We started at Urak 5. We got to about here, and we had the Void Shadows DLC proc. And we got to about here, and we had that event with Abelard and the Enforcers proc. And that has been all we've gotten done today. Helm Master Ravor. Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Ravor addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in a local asteroid field. I'm sure, it sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised the thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, and there's an incoming transmission now, too. You hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts the static. Do not require assistance. Repeat. Do not require assistance. Copy? Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects? Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rykad Philia colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Ravor, can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourself. I repeat, identify yourself. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We're a private merchant vessel. A merchant vessel? Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Ravor, damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solidly they barely managed to... Surely it's pirates on, like, a vessel they caught. Thunderthang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that others shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected. And then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail. Bombed everything. Our folks are left without help. We never got to them. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? Why? I don't know. What if... Certainly not. The whispering dies, and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, peaceful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, now stop playing games and explain again what your business is here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It's too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with angry whispering of several voices. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear, slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void? We did not come here to loot. On different business. To help our own out of jail. Do not hurt Lise? We already had our Kronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder. I mean, goods. Hey, Senpai, how's it going? I don't think I can... Oh, I got no coffee. I really should have taken a break before we started doing this, actually, now that I think about it, made another coffee. But, I do have water, so I can do that. In case you're unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Kronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The High Factorum pipes in. The honeyed voice of the High Factorum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing warp jump is impossible. I feel like, yeah, like this is giving me BattleTech vibes, where you kind of just naturally shit on the pirates, and then you come to regret it later when you realize you can't get access to, like, the black market anything. So I think we let them live for now? Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. Oh, literally! Does the rogue trader wish to buy or sell? We don't have anyone that can wield the flamer, though. Well, it's not free. I'm not quite sure how this works. Okay, so what happens if I just... Like, it just gives me the stuff? What? What? How do I go get... How do I do, like, general purchasing? I want some goddamn Medicaid kits. When is this artificial facility, artificial facility, artificial facility? Is that just, that's the things we've interacted with? I guess it means not a planet. So the 3 planets and the sun are natural. The Urak 5, Astropathic Station, and Thunderfang are non-natural. I was considering Rykad Minoras, actually. I don't know if there's like an expected path of progression kind of thing. Also, someone was asking about like assigning slots. Oh, I suppose I haven't assigned someone to Shield Master yet. I don't. Oh, she can wield Flamer? That makes sense. Put that as her, like, sub-weapon, then. Get some old Purge with Holy Fire going. But that doesn't really benefit from her other stuff, setup-wise, like the big DACA stuff. But Purge with Holy Fire. That's a benefit in itself. Do you use heavy armor? Oh, that actually looks kind of cool. The wearer's ranged attack decreases their target's dodge by -5%. We have a camo sister. I'm just trying to think, what was it? That was for tracking down the chap. The Inquisitor's question asker. Whereas I think this was like other crew members. I suppose we've got 6 people now, so I was gonna go over there to try to get the 6th party member, but we already have a 6th party member, so heading there, actually, yeah, fairly reasonable. Well, we haven't done any scans yet. We keep getting interrupted. Having said that, I'm going to also take a quick break here, grab myself a fresh cup of coffee, and then I will be back in a little bit, and we'll click on some planets and hopefully not get assailed by more side events. This stream has just been side events. Alright. I'll be back shortly. Yeah, if you need to take a stretch or grab yourself a snack or a drink, now's the time. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's just poke around space for a bit. We've never done a scan before. How does the scan work? Well, there's Tata T, I know that. Okay, I thought the XP we were getting off that might have been for this thingy. But was it for the, like, the party level? I'm gonna guess it probably did originally have, like, individual party member levels, which is why that's displayed rather than just a general overall party level. But I think having, like, just a generic everybody... Oh, no, I suppose you could not level up the party members, so then they wouldn't be, I mean, that makes sense. That's just, like... That's just good practice. Like, don't fix what ain't broke. Like, if you've already done all this code work, absolutely recycle your own code base. In fact, I find, like, some of the best games are iterative rather than, like, groundbreaking. Like, look at, like, the Dragon Quest games, for example. There's bad engines, definitely. And, like, there's times where you can't, like, iterate to save it because the initial is bad. But there are definitely times where you've put all this work in to make the original base game engine, and then you know, just need to iterate on that engine for a sequel rather than, you know, build everything from the ground up again. But yes, it definitely depends on what that game engine is, for sure. There's some things that aren't worth saving. You just call it a loss and walk on. Well, is the creation engine the Gamebryo engine, which is like, yeah, that is just bad. It's just bad, and unfortunately they did just iterate on that, and it just got worse. We are flying a garbage scow. Just sitting there on the dock for us to take.
We need to investigate.
Oh, there's a trap. I see. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vicari. Escort, please, come in. Pilot Rockwell? The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swelling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches a weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's teeth, I thought you'd never come. Jesus Christ, that's swinging out dick, though. Am rogue trader Bear von Valencius. Now introduce yourself. At once, sir. The woman stands at attention. Captain Rykad Philia, servant of House Winterscale and pilot of this shuttle. It's an honor to be greeting His Lordship von Valencius. Tell me about this planetoid. The only settlement on Rykad Philia is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and domed quarries. They mine sulfur, creamer dust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place, or so it was prior to current events. What happened here? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it's being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Agathon Castiglia. He has allied himself with a rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Rykad Philia to be independent of the authority of this system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caglios Winterscale, rogue trader. Banisher of the Xenos, forever triumph over the enemies of humanity. She details enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Hey, Fab, how's it going? Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the Warden personally, so he could put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and I haven't been able to contact them over the Vox for a very long time now. Oh, I see. This was timed? Or was it a matter of coming here first? Changes what plays out. Yvain, Albert mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant younger offsprings, yes. That is as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. I mean, regardless of whether I'd known that or not, it wouldn't have changed me going to the Navigator place first. That felt like the most pressing issue. We sort of technically did some of that by accident, Fab, with a rabble on board our own ship in the lower decks. We've only just gotten somewhere actual. We ran into the Voidborn DLC starter quest line, and then we ran into some shenanigans going on in the lower decks. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Urak 5 on behalf of his father, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. The Great Regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means whatever happens in this terrible, malodorous place, we must aid this man of noble blood. The Warden himself is spearheading this riot? Yes. No one expected this. Master Castigelia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Rykad Philia was now his personal domain, and the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel? What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? It's a personal matter. Master Castigelia, the sedacious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers talk rather than to shoot and slash. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Cassia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orselio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Did bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? I'm looking for a man by the name of Henriks van Kalox. He is here, perhaps? Unless it is one of the prisoners or guard, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There's nothing else anyone could use to reach this place. Okay. I mean, he is working for an Inquisitor. He could have access to, like, a teleport homer or something, but that would require somewhere to teleport to and from. That said, like, personal teleporters are... Those are very, very, like, limited, tech. Like, as in, there ain't many of them. You've got to be very, very important to have a personal teleporter. Is there anything else I should be appraised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution. Your lordship, Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. Yeah, we've seen that. I have no more questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot. Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, you have been to the capital of Rykad Minoris. Have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. Your Terminators usually have teleport homers, but that's Terminators. Again, keep in mind the scale that we're working at here. A single space marine, a basic tactical marine, would be like a world-changing force. A Terminator... Holy fuck. And that's why Terminators would be worthy of having teleport homers. What is your relationship to this man? We are engaged, your lordship. I have not yet been to Rykad Minoris and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your lordship. Yeah, like it... And, like, the Terminator armor is... That is something worth a teleport homer to be able to potentially deploy where needed and then recover when needed the Terminator armor. I'm assuming there's more to that fun fact, because, yes, I am well aware. I own a whole bunch of the Dark Heresy books. I've never actually looked into Deathwatch. That was not what interested me in those RPGs. Like, I had no interest in running anything like Space Marine scale. Dark Heresy was where I wanted, like, the Dark Heresy scale was where I wanted to be at, like, low-level Inquisition jobbers. Mind, I never looked into, like, Second Ed or anything. I only played the first edition of Dark Heresy. I think that is with me here. It's in the storage cage downstairs. A bunch of my RPG stuff is up at my dad's place. I'm gonna have to fetch all those boxes.
It's about time.
Duty prevails.
Yeah, so having... That's what I was like, say, why I was like, she's already got high demolition, so stacking more demolition on her just means, like, we're better off when we have to do demolitions checks. The guard post has been vacant for a long time. There's a layer of dust on every surface. Oh, hey, Torishi, how's it going? I assume you have escaped the labor mines? We're about to enter one.
Follow my lead.
A literal mine in this case.
I noticed something.
Tell me something, Benai Cassia. Do you truly see the Undying One's light in the darkness between the stars? What is it like?
Amid the boundless terror of the Sea of Souls, his distant light is akin to a great burning heart. I see it beating in the darkness, and I know that I can find my path.
I do like the party chatter. It's really good. Actually, speaking of, you might like the new lady we just picked up. How do I pull up her full art? There it is. We bumped it. We acquired her earlier this stream. And oddly highly on the dogmatic, so that actually sort of works for us. Actually, like, our ladies are all very dogmatic, except for this one. This one's a bit not. The remains of a meal, one far too lavish for even a hive world, yet alone a prison colony.
I'm at your service.
Doubt is for the weak.
A long string of names extends beneath the heading. Top quarry workers of this cycle.
Something of interest.
Whoops, I
Light
didn't
of terror
mean to do
guide
that.
our
I'm
way.
retarded.
Prevail.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
I even detected the trap properly
The
and
Emperor
everything.
favors me today.
Scraps of typical prison food, repulsive to the senses. Actually, we should be probably sending, like, her
Guide humanity between the stars.
up front with her, like, perception 5 million. Oh, we got some lore. How do I get it to info? There we go. Prison Diary of Atishan, Part 1. Grok shit, why me? Why? I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. 12 years! The inspector's writ got lost somewhere in the bowels of the planetary administratum and was lying there this whole time, but they made sure to remember to tack on the fines every month. By the time they found the blasted paper and finally informed me, the total sum was so obscene it would take 3 generations of my descendants, if I had any, to pay it off. My fate was sealed. Trial, sentence, prison. All because of some daft rotter who shoved my paper in the wrong box. Oh boy! Are any of you people... This is we're going obscure. Are any of you people familiar with obscure Australian politics? If I say robo-debt, will you know what I'm talking about? To be fair, I got off pretty easy. My bed in the barracks is about as hard as the slab of rockcrete I've got at home. Working in the quarry isn't much tougher than my old job, and the rules... Void take me. That old sod that governs Rykad Minoris is a bloody sadist by comparison. It's a strange old place. I haven't been beaten once yet. The guard barks orders all the time, but they never hit us. They also got this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners. The Optimatum? They call it? If you can get in. Emperor's my witness. You get an actual day off. They let you out of your cell and into the yard by the big barracks. And I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us in the canteen. They told me it's to improve our motivation and all that, to foster a stronger desire to reform, and become a worthy servant of the Imperium once more. But I know it for what it is. Just a club for the Warden's favorites. The same story as everywhere else. Suck up to the people in power and get some swanky perks. They say the whole thing was the Warden's idea. Funny man, our Warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. Tall, groomed, teeth even, eyes burning, boots so polished you can see yourself in them when you move to lick 'em. But that nutter doesn't much want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought. Alright. With only a couple of walks around looking like he's deep in thought, alright. With only a couple of guards at his side, and he sometimes, if you can believe it, talks to the prisoners. What's your name? He asks him quiet like, why were you condemned? Do you feel remorse? He never even yells at no one. Never orders them to have... Never orders to have him flogged. Instead, he doles rewards out to the special ones. Keeps telling us things like how we should strive to make society believe in us again. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'll be trying to join these optimates of yours. I'm stuck here till the day I die, and that means no return to society for me. But with the Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite. Interesting.
Do you require an audience? It is my destiny to traverse the unknown.
Venerable Optimates, the best among us. The list is... Whoop. That was weird. The list is faded and the names are barely legible.
Take a knee.
Oh.
Bow before me.
Wait, why is it giving us a... Oh, I guess, yeah, technically we haven't used her in active combat yet, have we? So, I'm like, why is it giving us her tutorial now? But yeah, like, it's taken that long for us to use her in, like actual free combat. This is a very unfortunate ambush. This is a very unfortunate ambush indeed. Everybody else is, like, nowhere. I had her forward because she has the highest perception. I was hoping she would maybe, you know, sniff out traps or potential ambushes. Oh dear, this is bad. Can they shoot through the grate? They absolutely can.
How dare you?
Ow! Ow! Fucking ow! Good thing we got her the, regenerative property. Alright, how does all this work again? Okay, we wolf at her. And then we wolf at her. That fucker's got 50 health? Jesus.
Already done.
I can aim that, right? It's not just going to... Alright, boys. Have a bad day.
Me? I try to die with grace, at least.
Now, because I haven't used her in combat yet, Alright, now what, how did the... bring it down... Does it, if the ally is under the effective voice command, which they were, kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, this ally gains a one-time additional plus 10 momentum. That's this stuff, right? The limit break bar? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's from... Oh, I see. I have made mistakes. We have made many mistakes.
Absolutely not.
Why?
Out of my way. I serve the ruinous powers.
Not only with forewarning, but she's also got but this does she can she
No can do.
Oh, really? Damn.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Bzzzt.
Anything else? Farewell.
Multi-kill!
But of course. That is not my destiny. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Why no can?
This is unacceptable.
No line of sight to the...
Refuse.
What do you mean no line of sight to the target?
Not. I'll do it.
We can wolf again?
I'm
Wolf?
not accustomed to being ordered around. I'm a navigator, not a servitor.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I don't suppose he can... Does that count?
At your beck and call. I took care
Bonk.
of this one. I will do my duty. It will be done.
Holy move speed, Batman. New. What? Why does she have 20 move points?
Suits my purposes.
I'll bring it down and gonna do her any good. Can we just give her the, like, hop and away?
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Okay, this time she has normal move.
I will leave.
I'm not quite sure then what, like, triggered all that movement. Mistakes are made, never mind.
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a
Holy shit!
chance.
He actually hit? Very unexpected. No one has, like, line of sight to that guy that I can, like, do anything useful with, unfortunately.
To non-believers.
There is only death, yours or mine.
Ah, she's not gonna be able to shoot past, is she? Oh no, she can.
Doubt is for the weak.
I don't I don't quite understand how blocking line of sight works. But alright, never mind.
As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Alright, so... Do we get punished if I just go back to the ship, heal up, and then come back in? I feel like we shouldn't be allowed to do that.
I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Oh, that might be good, actually. Maybe? That's more lore. We'll read that in a second. I'll just finish cleaning up this place first.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
The grease-stained edges of the something... The grease-stained edges of the poster detach ever so slightly. It appears that it was frequently removed and rehung. Why is the prison shank so ridiculous? I mean, it's range, I suppose. Its damage range is not great. But, like, 4 to 18? What's up with that? These cages have been placed in plain view of the beds. Inside are traces of blood and excrement.
How may I serve the dynasty?
I'm curious.
Victory awaits.
What happens if I just return to Void Ship? Does that then cleanse those injuries? Yeah, but, well, so that's, like, it's equivalent to a full rest.
Claim to the stars.
The reason you don't full rest is because of the time expended, which is why I was like, is going to the Void Ship going to cause big time expenditure that's going to, like, fuck us over? I guess technically we're already late. It probably doesn't matter then. Beds made from metal sheets swing back and forth on rusted chains. Whoever is forced to sleep on them... It would not take much for them to fall. The beds here are bolted to the floor. Some have thin, torn bed sheets and even tattered pillows.
In spite of your years, your body and spirit remain strong. Tell me, Amic Kibellah, what do you do to train them?
Well, I spent a lot of time running back and forth after the Lord Captain, for a start.
Oh boy. This, Oh boy.
It's about time.
Prison guard key. Oh, something tasty's happened in here. Hey, it's that mark again.
The premonition runs true.
The symbol before you bears a familiar scent, that of the dark forces of chaos. Didn't we see that in one of the rooms in Urak 5? Speaking of, we need to read those diaries. Those are probably going to be important.
Follow my
especially
lead.
given what we're seeing now. Oh boy. Is this... Now well, I was going to say, the question is it chaos or is it just Soylent Green as people? But that says chaos. Because, like, Soylent Green as people, that's, yeah. Different set of atrocities. Prison Diary of Atishan, Part 2. I swear the Emperor hasn't forsaken me. Guess who just came down the shuttle gangway amongst the fresh batch of prisoners? Clenson, throne-damned Willa, former administratum clerk. No, the clerk. The very same scum who lost the writ about missing payment. He's the reason I'm in this hole. Don't know why they threw him in for. Don't know what they threw him in for, but I've never felt better in my life. He's not just behind the same bars as me, he's fresh meat, and I'm a venerable optimate, respected by everyone in the colony. The warden just came up with a new improvement. From now on, anyone who underperforms, misbehaves, or causes trouble any other way is to be punished by the community. Specifically, by the local best and brightest. Yours truly, the Optimates. The last two sods who failed to meet quota were stripped naked, whipped, and thrown into cages in the big barracks. That's where they have to eat, sleep, and shit now, with everyone watching. I thought to myself then, that isn't right. They've taken these punishments too far. But now... Just you wait, you piece of grok shit. I'll get you for something. Those cages are calling your name. And then we have part 3, which was found in the meat factory. I'm scared. I should have known all that charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how balmy, would pull anything of the sort. But that man... It started with the little things. The warden would come by to talk to us as he did. Except he used to ask us questions before. Now he was mostly gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation. The sanctity of sacrifice. Seeing with the blinded eyes. I listened and nodded. Yes, Master Warden. Of course, Master Warden. He could say whatever rubbish he wanted as long as the tasty Optimate meals kept coming. I thought everyone else was doing the same, nodding just to please the big man. I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping on about purgation and blindness too. Apparently, us Optimates were no longer just the Warden's favorites. We were, Emperors forgive me, prophets of some kind, who were meant to save the rest of this sorry lot, or awaken them, or make them see, some rubbish along those lines. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to Optimates. Yesterday, the sap who slept in the bed under me in my first year here cut off his own damn ear and crawled on his knees towards me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What in throne am I supposed to do with an ear? Why is everyone, every single one, staring at me all the time? The warden said the time was nigh, that fate had truly great things in store for the Optimates. I went to look how my good friend Clenson was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months, ever since I had all his top teeth ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt me. Now my fists and feet are all bruised. Half the barracks stood there and watched and prayed. I'm scared. See ya, Kuro. Take it easy. Use a fucking melter charge on a
Challenge for me?
door. It feels a bit overkill. Whoop, hello! My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimates will guide us into a new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren. Have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this, my dear brethren. Oh. Meet the throne. Normal-looking faces. We thought that we were going to die with these nutters. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the looks of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. But, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join the festivities. So we had to, you know, play along. But that's all it was. Play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina? Nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give it a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and we go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the Seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The lowborn's speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies and is using his wiles on us as well, but I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. Tell me more about the warden and the riot. Ah, why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castigalia, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunch and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quit it with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder and whatnot. And then, would you believe it, they put together a list of the best workers. And if someone on that list showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an Optimate. That's the upper crust amongst us jailbirds. Or, that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided that it's the Optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishments. And that's it. And that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work, it was the Optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the Optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiff kickings kicking at a week. Now, well, we were lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't the end of it. Warden Castigalia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things, like the Optimates saints, and the Optimates are saints who uphold the truth. And he started talking to them, and he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. The warden himself had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. The old codge is right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. I mean that with all due respect, your lordship. No offense intended. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now, how can a lowly jailbird hope to thank your noble self? Ah, I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Rykad Minoris, debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We are fortune seekers from the Voyager pirates. Why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station... why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station? You know Footfall, the only shipyard that's the best market in the Kronos Expanse. Yes, so where on Footfall you can find some very serious business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount on some of them very special goods. What kind of very serious people? The most serious, the most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There's no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decide that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive? But cutting throats together, now, that's anti-counterproductive. A pirate alliance. And well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow, and I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such kind of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. You are pirates. I came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. Well now, that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullet with them. And in all this time, we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So now what? Will you let us go? Sure, no problem. Today you tell us a little lie, tomorrow you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. The main problem is we hit the same issue like I brought up before with the whole what's access to pirate network, basically. Hey, Blackguard. Unfortunately, yeah, we are sort of getting close to the end of it today. Technically, we're actually running a bit late, but I started late. We got, like, less than half an hour. I doubt we're going to clear this whole zone in half an hour. Very well. I shall spare you. Oh, that's so great to hear, your nobleness. Just great. Now, there's a true aristocrat. Now, there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's a district there. The Shadow Quarters. called that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who call it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting so distracted. So, Footfall, the Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there built into the remains of an old ship. And in that bar, is in the back room, a certain Rykad does her business. Tell her grandpa Bakval says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now if you don't mind. We could, just shoot them now that we've extracted the information from them. That said, I do kind of want to get Iconoclast to at least rank 1 to get its thing unlocked as well. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the Warden's henchmen. Go, tell my pilot that it's the Lord Captain's order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Thanks. We're most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves. Did I misread that? I thought it said plus... No, okay. That gave us a huge amount. Way more than I was expecting. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was like, holy shit, where the fuck did that all come from?
Doubt is for the weak.
Clumps of dust, but no trace of weapons or gear. The storage has not been used in some time. I didn't mean to do it that way. Should have done it with what's-her-name, but it worked out.
I better myself through my service. Cast your eye there.
Bowhammer! Isn't that... That's the starting ship from Halo 1? Endure? Isn't that the Is that the, like, survive with 1 HP? Oh, good. Some Medicaid. Oh, Pillar of Water. Which one's Fohammer? Am I going mad? That is entirely possible. I am certainly not big on the Halo. Maybe a Fohammer is something else. Maybe it's not Halo at all. No, it's gotta be. I'm hearing it in Cortana's voice in my head. Yeah, it could be the Pelican. You might be right. Primary weapon of the MCRN Donager. I would have heard that recently, because I just went through the first book of The Expanse recently. Which is, yeah, where the Donager gets blown up. Who was making the Expanse game that they announced recently? Okay, there we go. How do they have the staff for doing so many games? This seems... build a bridge and get over it? I guess it just allows us to shortcut that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What the hell is going on with my... Oh, give me a second. Yeah, well, obviously the Tolkien option is the farthest back for it, for sure. Given we're playing a 40k game, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, like, a Halo reference, but then at the same time, it's a weapon named Fohammer, so actually, yeah, probably Lord of the Rings. A corpse with in a uniform decorated with the winter scale coat of arms. The dead guard did not even have time to draw a weapon. The attack must have come as a surprise. I've seen some of the animated stuff, like, when I was in primary school, but fuck, that's a long time ago. That's a good point, Fab. Actually, a fair point. But, I mean, my guess would be that the Expanse guys probably would be referencing Lord of the Rings, though it's possible they were referencing Halo. If this really is just the... Like, it just goes down to the pit, and that's about it for this zone, maybe we can run it out? Saves the game, I can do. The accretions on the outside of the structure indicate some regularly occurring natural phenomenons. Possibly poison gas emissions? Oh boy, someone's been having a lot of fun here. Holy shit. What happened? Like... What happened? Disappointing. Like, it looked like the prison warden was actually, you know, doing something interesting. Turns out, no. Attempting, like, actual prisoner rehabilitation is just chaos.
Just as he ordained.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I do what I must.
The evidence suggests that the victim was killed by poison gas. This does indeed appear to be a theme. The glass-making furnace used to melt and extract sand into glass. Yoink. Yoink. Well, you could, like, for the way he was going about it, it could have been a Tau. That is more, like, Tau-esque. I have no idea what to expect, actually. I feel like things are about to get very angry as soon as we walk down here.
Follow my lead!
I told you, Evie, they're hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front of him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. Yeah, Zelda, how's it going? But Aurora, she is different. She spoke to me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me. And now I can reveal it to you, if you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes that he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests? From the Von Valencia's ship, I would wager? Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It is important that you feel everything, including your other eye. Such dreadful shades. Cassia recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. How do you know who I am? Lies have many faces, but there's only one truth. It has been laid bare before me. I knew the enemy of truth would come here sooner or later. You know, we had this guy once. He was a quiet one. One day, he walked into a middle-deck bar, threw one back, and then pulled out a gun and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. Our warden here has exactly the same look in his eyes right now. Who's that on the table? My sincerest apologies. Where are my manners? Please allow me to introduce Yvain Winterscale, the younger son of Caligos Winterscale in the flesh. You know, he was so close to witnessing the truth right before you interrupted our little chat. I wonder if you'd come here third, he'd already be Dunskies. A fleeting glance at Winterscale's outstretched body is enough to turn your stomach. Torture. The very word makes you cringe in shameful horror. Your mind reels with the memories you have tried unsuccessfully to push to the back of your mind all these years. How dare you, contemptible peasant? For every drop of noble blood you spill, you'll pay 100-fold. Cassia turns to you for support with an expression that is equal parts indignant and frightened. Abelard shakes his head somberly. That poor fool. I knew nothing good would come of his naive attempt at negotiating with heretics. However, Yvain appears to still be alive. If we make haste, we might yet save him. Having a scion of House Winterscale in your debt would certainly prove beneficial. What madness have you wrought in this prison? Do you truly want to know? He becomes more animated and runs a hand through his matted hair. You note it has been some time since he last trimmed his nails. This was my garden, where I tried to grow the seedlings of a beautiful future. That was before I realized that there is no future. Not in the sense ordinary people understand. We are too attached to this life, to the limitations of our weak bodies, the short-sightedness of our eyes, that can scarcely see. It is all so insignificant. The true future lies beyond real space, and the only way to reach it is through a cleansing sacrifice. Do you understand? Who is Aurora? Oh! So you managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's designs without even knowing who she is? It's too late for you now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. He suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. I do not like it when people take the proprietress Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The warden raises a hand, and amidst the main... The warden raises his hand, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash with blood.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Show them no mercy.
Technically, I actually want Abelard to start as far back as he can. So that he can get a charge off. He's probably in... We'll have her in... Oh, you can't start in base-to-base contact?
the Emperor commands, I act. You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Hold on.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
You hit the mad biddy who likes bloodshed and fucking Jesus. Okay.
An offering of blood.
That shouldn't proc op attacks, right? Because I'm not actually leaving the contested square.
I shall not fail.
Did it not? Fucking parries.
Such is the will of chaos. Of my masters.
Wait, they barbecued their friend.
I shall not fear.
Does it have to be a shot? Can I, like, voice of command,
All too easy.
take aim,
Nothing I can't do.
bring it down?
Suits my purposes.
How do I,
Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
Already done. Not my specialty. I'll
oh,
pass.
out of, oops, out of actions. Never mind. Oops. Her stare is not going to go that far, unfortunately. Get one of them. Did I give her a ranged weapon? No, she's just got the 2 staffs. Just now, hang on, I've got a...
That is foolishness.
Too far.
Do not dare ask. If only that were possible.
Really? Okay.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Buff the fuck out of Abelard and then cook that one guy?
As duty demands.
What? There was a whole bunch of extra damage was dealt there? Was it just to the... Did he just... No, okay.
Cover me.
What's the range on the bolt? Does get that far. Doesn't get that far.
Not the scryer's job.
Woof.
What an unfortunate turn of fate. On it. Will do.
He's exactly 1 square out, so I can't use the charge. The bastard.
At your beck and call. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Uh-oh. What? He's back! Okay, there's something funny going on here. Can we target the unholy lens?
Guided by faith.
No, that's Yvain. Caglios is the his dad. Why is there only a 40% chance to hit?
Doubt is for the weak. Open your eyes, or I'll open mine. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's make it quick.
Caught by the web. Another voice to join my choir?
Oh shit, she's doing.
As honor ordained. Trust me.
I assume he's gonna keep coming back. Can I smash the unholy lenses? They are breakable.
Aim for the heart next time.
I am your doom!
Stop it!
That sounded kind of funny. I do have grenades on some characters. I've already voice of climate recently,
All too easy. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Was that you? Or
yeah, that's what I was planning to do. God dang it. With a very high roll, 15 to 29, 15 to 29, 24, just blow him up.
anything else? But of course.
A tactically sound approach.
I assume charge can't, like, weave its way... Oh! Does that count? Wait, what? Did I misclicked by a square, or I ran out of movement?
It will be done.
Hmm.
Someone else can do this. I'd rather not. Indeed.
I'll do it.
That did nothing? Great. Mm. Lovely.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Here we go.
What are you, an orc?
I bring ruin.
Death whispers my name.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. I don't have time for this. Not my specialty. Absolutely not.
God dang it. Just out of range. What if I...
Suits my purposes.
give him the brain blast? Can I brain blast him?
Anything
It
else?
might kill.
Be gone.
It definitely did kill.
My time is now.
Can I do, like... Does this count as, like,
Tested tactics are the
legit?
best ones. I will do my duty. Target well struck. Victory is imminent. I'm not interested.
Oh. Wait, oh, oops. Oh, and again? Hey, Iconoclast, how's it going?
On it.
It will be done. An exemplary strike.
And the third. I do wonder if we're supposed to be breaking these things or just keep killing his ass.
I'll do it.
She is not having a good run of, like, hitting targets.
Let's get to it.
I need your aid,
Whoa!
Co-Emperor.
Holy shit! Well, I asked, because the holy lenses are, the unholy lenses are turned on. But, like, surely they should, like, once, I figure once they've done their thing, he doesn't get a revive out of them again.
My blade whispers your name. As honor ordained.
Hey, Ryu, how's it going?
Already done. All too easy.
The shadows
Spin to win!
caught by the web. What is this foreboding?
That's exactly my plan, yes. Woof. Oh. Oh! Oh. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Yvain Winterscale... Kronos? Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Urak 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume? Sacred child of House Vassilio? How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, Yvain looks away in shame. I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful, tragic circumstances. What have they done to you? Ah, the warden. My friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Speaking is such a struggle, but he continues stubbornly. Okay. Senpai, enough backseating, man. This has been too much. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Conserve your strength. You're wounded and need help. Wounded, would you have phrased it altogether differently? Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burnt out? this was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He's either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you and that you are escorted from here. He nods, giving in to oblivion. Oh, a noble sword. So I'm assuming we could have broken the lenses, but it seemed like the lenses were going to take more effort to break than just breaking him. Your skin crawls as you approach this place. However, there does not appear to be anything of note. The mutilated man does not stir, bound in his shackles. The plaque near his head reads, Most Holy Prophet and Optimate Ati Shan. Oh, that's whose notes we were reading. The crippled man's appearance is ghastly, and yet it's evident he was cared for after his mutilation. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valencia's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... Abelard trails off when he notices what you are looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints! It cannot be! Hydra bites her lips. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? Abelard is at a loss for words. Takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once they start pouring into a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot defend herself. For those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now... This cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Idris smiles, betrays her grief, but at the same time is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone head first into a black hole if she thought that would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. We could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born of bad blood. But do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you are blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. The dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Idra's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much when you were aboard her ship. You didn't leave her side even for a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and adoration wilted. Your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. Huh. Magenta is right. The danger of heresy cannot be overstated. Lord Captain, I'm not excusing heresy. I just don't want to believe Theodora would be involved in it. That all the good she did can be so easily crossed out with a single word. That, got more spicy than I was expecting.
None shall stand in my way.
How do we get up there? Okay. I assume we can't actually climb up. No, there's no ladder up there, I see. Oh, okay. I assume we're right to just leave, then? It does appear to be everything. Yeah, no, well, to leave from down there is what I meant.
A new challenge for me.
Your lordship, the rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he alright? He is alive, but badly wounded. Help my people get him to my ship. It will be done immediately. Thank you for letting me know, your lordship. Alright, I've gone over time. So I'm going to stop here. I'm not gonna head back to the ship, and I'm not gonna do the level ups right now because that's gonna take ages. So we will address these things next stream. I think Mr. Red Eye should be streaming at the moment, so I will send you guys over to hang out with him. That is indeed the case. He is currently... Normally he's doing lots of robot stuff, but he's currently doing Kazan, the first Berserker. There won't be a stream for the next few days. Maybe Friday, maybe. If not Saturday. We'll be doing more SD Gundam, Night Gundam Monogatari. But yeah, for now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.